my Discord go? We'll do it live! Good evening, folks. You're here with Know Nothing Attorney and Lore in the background. That's not normally how I introduce myself. Let me fix that. I'm Know Nothing Attorney. I know nothing, so you can too. Because it's only in embracing that we know nothing that we can learn anything, as we've seen from our most recent video. Speaking of which, let's check on that. Published a new video last night, and is taking off faster than the previous couple, so that's nice. And hey, we're up to 16 followers on Twitch. That's great. It's growing all the time. Let's see. 747. Let's look at the analytics. No, not comments. There we go, analytics. Looks like it peaked at about 230 and hasn't moved since. Okay. Showing up on shorts feed a lot. Wow, 73% stayed to watch. Wow. Man, a third of the people who watched it did not like it. Oh, that's contentious. My other content people just liked consistently. Huh? %100 male viewers. 25 to 34. I didn't have one subscriber watch the video. Oh no. Let's switch over. How far are we into this chat? What did we cover in this chat? I see. TikTok. It's worth checking out. We'll see if we can find our own content on TikTok. Still getting no push. No push on TikTok. In our conversation. Eyes irritated. I don't have 65 slides rotating. I only have 52. Need to check out the debaters' content so I can just jump in. I think the first move is to do a little research on each of my topics. Make sure I'm ready to engage on each. I think that's the plan for tonight. Don't know why I put a comma in there. Yeah, that's what we do. We show how to research here. So nothing wrong with showing this live. Okay. Because if people are interested, it's important to see how informed people become informed on things. Mm. Okay. Discord, stop telling me that. You're making me think something's popping up on my screen. All right, let's pull up the Constitution and a research document. That's separate. Stop it. Hello? Why are you trying to snap to that position? Okay. That works for that. Then constant. That's what I thought. All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress, which shall consist of a Senate and House of Representatives. That's Article 1. That's how you go on the lawyer. Article 1, Section 1. Hear nothing. You hear anything now? You turn the music up. I'm quiet. What is going on with that? Audio is no different than it usually is. Audio reboot. Oh, I did an audio reboot. How's that? I did double the volume. Does this impact anything? Huh. What is going on then? It's still lower than it has been? So it's got to be something with OBS. Okay. Figuring it out. Haven't changed anything there. Let's try switching to a different device and then switching back. Huh. Okay, well now it's coming through my webcam audio. So let me try to switch back to my audio device. Okay, how's that? Back to soft. Okay, let me try this. Now how are we doing? Basically the same, really? Alright, turn it up a little bit more. Now, how's that? Got my output on the audio box all the way up. I do have a Scarlett Studio software. Let me check that. Well, I'm downloading an update to Scarlett Studio. Let's see how that does. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. Huh. Okay. Back to nothing. Definitely has to be software driven. Are you hearing me okay now? Yeah? Okay, I guess I just needed a software update. Can you hear the music? How's the music level? Put you on the realm of quiet, but I can at least hear you talking at regular volume. So I'm still quiet. Is the music audible? Let me try turning the output back up again. Now I'm talking, and we'll see how that is. I hate audio issues. They always end up eating a ton of time. It's bounced right with you. Just still putting me as too quiet. Yeah, I'm gonna put the music down a bit. But let me try switching the audio output again. When I switch to webcam, this is good. You can hear me all right with this. That's so weird. Can you hear the music when I switch to webcam? Okay, that makes sense. When I go into properties, I get microphone or analog 1 and 2 for the Focusrite audio device. And if I go to advanced audio properties, then that just deals with the audio sources. Okay, what if I boost this up? How is that? Input settings, change the format. Oh, right. Ha! Okay, how's that? Can you hear me any better now? What's up, Han? See? You're not banned. You were just making things up. I didn't learn how to use an unban button. I don't think there is one. Unless there's an unban button, I'm not aware of it. What is all of this? Right now I'm doing some research to prepare for debate topics, but in general, this is a lefty debate stream that is focused on pushing for a constitutional convention. Hoping to be able to get people on the left and right together on polity issues to show that we can agree on enough things to call for a constitutional convention. Yeah. Stuck on sound engineering. Trying to figure out what's going wrong, why my audio is so quiet. Okay, what if I monitor? Okay, to me, it does sound really loud. I mean, it's not that many lefties that call for violent revolution. It's just the ones that people want to point out because they have crazy opinions. It is an incredibly tall order, human wrongs, but we're at the point where I don't see how we can fix anything with the issues in how our government functions without, having at least one amendment. But if you're going to have one amendment, we have a lot more things we need to fix, so might as well have a constitutional convention so we can fix all the things at once. Or are you saying getting two sides to agree on things is a tall order? Because I have actually had the experience that it's not that hard because both sides trust government. So if you figure out how to put the reins on government together, both sides can agree on how to do that. Yep, that's where I'm stuck on OMG sticks. But if no one else is going to advocate for it, I might as well be here doing it. Well, if you stick to polity issues and not policy issues, the left and right actually agree a lot on polity. Han, you just have a hard time with evidence, my guy. Sorry. OMG sticks, I turned up my mic on the Focusrite app. Is this coming through any better? Yeah, the formal structure of the government, how we protect rights, how we divide power amongst the branches of government, how we organize our government so that they are governing themselves, but not their own. They're not the judges of their own trial, So one of the things I want to get done soon, and see, I always have to put the cart before the horse, because debate content has a potential to drive engagement. So I kind of have to focus on that to get engagement. And if I work on the polity issues that I want to focus on first, then that's not going to get engagement. And if I stick to that first, then I'm only going to be able to engage people after I've done so much. Oh my gosh, it's so loud in here. I hear a lot coming through my mic. So OMG6, what I need to know is this a level that I should maintain, or does it need to go up, or does it need to go down? No, the electoral college is a major problem that we're going to have to like engage people. Well, I think if we take it from a different angle, we might be able to solve an issue with the electoral college. Sometimes you get feedback. Dang, I just don't know what has changed, like what's causing the problem. I know who I need. I know who I need. Yep, that's me. I have a sound guy. Do not redeem. Get my screen off the mic? Oh, the pop protector? Protector doesn't want to stay where I stick it to. What good are you, man? What good are you? Stick it like that. I think let's at least fix that problem. Nope. Okay, there we go. That part of it's fixed. Actually, that's funny. That is incredibly true. Only that I didn't buy cheap Chinese crap. My friend who goes back and forth from China gave me this. So this is actually a Chinese knockoff microphone. I mean... Okay, hold on. Where's my guy? Okay. I think this was pre-tariff. Okay. Hopefully he'll jump up soon. How's everybody doing tonight? I haven't had the opportunity to actually talk to anybody that's in chat yet. Oh, he said he's gonna hop up. Everybody ready for the weekend? It's even more weird to me now on not like last night it was I want to jump in to troll this lefty stream, and today it's like, well, I know he's live. I see that he's live. I'm gonna jump in his stream again. Like, you're like a legit follower now. That seems like a very vague statement. Did you see the lefty protester get laid out by the man in the suit? You got a link? Well, he's a U.S. citizen. I mean, he was born in Texas, as far as I'm aware, and he's white. Well, have you seen him around? Wow, I feel so important to have the most dedicated Twitch politics troll in my stream. Wow. Panda. Oh, I was gonna say, Human Wrongs, you brought up the disagreement over the Electoral College. And I think that... Lasagna, what are you doing? Be right back. Hey, Laura, you left your food where Lasagna could get it. Hey, Laura?
What?
You left your food where Lasagna could get it.
Oh.
And now the carpet is stained. Can you at least go get some paper towels and try to wipe that up?
Yeah.
Thank you. And wet the paper towels. Okay, we back. Hey, okay. So I'm trying to figure out why my audio seems to be coming through very quiet. Does it sound quieter to you than it has before? I guess I'll just talk a little bit more so that you can hear the volume. A bit of audio glitching. Maybe I need to try resetting my... Whoa. What is my opinion on Catholic immigration into the USA? Yeah, let me try rebooting my Focusrite just a little bit longer. Okay. this gotten any better? Oh my gosh, I have regulars. This is crazy. What's up, Maddie? I'm not sure what Catholic immigration you're talking about, Human Wrongs. Has there been an uptick in Catholic immigration? And also, I'm not sure that, like, an influx of Catholics means an influx of papal alignment, because a lot of people are upset with the Pope for not aligning with Trump more, like a lot of Catholics are. Well, that's true. Yeah, I don't have any shame about not knowing things, Human Wrongs. You're not gonna get me on that. I would love to, like, have a source so that I can learn things. Oh, I see what you mean. Gotcha. Yeah. I would like to reclaim that term from people who did not use it very honestly, because they were using it as a falsehood. So I'm using it earnestly. We should be okay with knowing nothing. Okay, it sounds good to Cyronius. OMG Sticks, is it coming through any better? Cyronius, are you hearing the music right now? Cyronius, you there? You too can get JQ'd by Han. Hear the music. Okay. Are these levels that you would recommend, like these were good going forward? Push the gain a little more on the music? Oh, no worries. I'm just making sure that you haven't dipped out with the issue resolved. Oh, okay. Well, there isn't much more gain to turn up. I can put it right there. Are we good? Is this it? We figured it out? Good me audio, good music audio. I'm anti-Trump. Yeah, I don't know who wouldn't be at this point. This is kind of crazy. If what is in OBS? Because the way you say that, OMG Sticks, it sounds like there's still a problem. Honestly, this would be the best way to troll me. It would just be like, hey, there's audio issues. And just keep saying that. On whose side, Human Wrongs? Whose side are you talking about? White men. Okay. Well, at this point, I think I'm just gonna stick with what I got going forward. White men. That's a very interesting category. What specific interests do white men have that other racial groups of men not have? Anarchy. Wow, Han. At that point, we are like we're getting close to like messages that I will remove. And didn't I say what interests? Because I think everybody's interested in having a job. Right. But I'm definitely aware that that is not the button I should push when I'm trying to delete a message. I know which one I'm supposed to use now. What forms of racial discrimination that discriminate against whites? What is a form of discrimination that goes against whites? Other than the removal of discrimination, which would not actually be discrimination. Well, nobody's doing affirmative action, and DEI doesn't discriminate against anyone as it's intended to be implemented. That's not to say that some people do it wrong, and then those people are wrong, not the concept. Well, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't have an issue with affirmative action if it got us to the point, like, if it did a good job, if you could demonstrate that, if it did a good job of taking us away from the point where we had institutional discrimination against people, and that made it hard for them to get in at that point, which is true. Like, it's harder to get a job if you have a non-white sounding last name. Who's still doing it? Who's still doing affirmative action human wrongs? Hey, human wrongs, I welcome you to come up into Discord voice chat. Hey, Cyronius, if you're still here, I appreciate your help. And if you are not here, I will message you separately. Where's my... That's not what I'm looking for. The white savior complex. I didn't say anybody can't succeed. What are you talking about? Not a discorder. Talking about, there's a difference between DEI and affirmative action. You realize that, right? DEI doesn't have something in place to change the number of people accepted based on certain criteria. Technically I didn't say I was pro affirmative action. I said I would be pro it if you could demonstrate the effectiveness of it at resolving that issue. But affirmative action wouldn't be saying that you're helping somebody who couldn't help themselves. It would be removing barriers to those people that shouldn't be there. No, the principles behind DEI don't advocate for hiring more people based on their minority group. That's not what DEI is. No, that's not what that means. No one's advocating for that. I mean, in policy, no one's advocating for that in policy. No, Han, that's legitimately the opposite of what DEI is about. DEI is about broadening the scope of people who are qualified for the job that you are looking at. No, human wrongs. That's not what DEI is. If you could point me to a DEI policy and show me that it does that, I would love to see that. DEI would be about not removing people from the pool based on, like, a last name. Or it would be about giving people opportunities to hear about opportunities in your field that wouldn't usually hear about those opportunities. Yes, human wrongs, but what you're describing is not about bringing in people who are less qualified. It is about identifying an issue with how much we are looking at people who are qualified of a certain category. There's too much hyperfocus, particularly on the right, on people who are qualified who are white. There are people of equal qualification that should also be considered. That isn't an injury to white people. That's like a special little snowflake problem. What do you mean by a leg up? Because, like, at least in some ways, you are factually incorrect. Right, exactly. This is like the recent the issue with the Voting Rights Act, where they're like, you can't use solutions based on race to problems that were racist. It's like, what do you mean? Right, and the kind of equality pursued by DEI, what DEI is intended to do is to find people who are equally qualified who are being ignored. Who is hurt by that? We're talking about DEI, Aliana. Right, exactly. All too personal for me, knowing that my dad drew an unconstitutionally racist gerrymandered district map. Cool. DEI is diversity, equity, inclusion, and sometimes includes A for accessibility. It's just making sure that everybody has equal access to these jobs. Not getting more of the jobs, just that people are being considered for those jobs or having opportunities to pursue those jobs in the same way that people with more traditional access to those things have. Yeah, it is a good thing because we have we have systems in place in America that exclude a lot of people from these things. Right. It's not just jobs. We were honed in on jobs there. Except no, affirmative action would be making sure that those spots, like certain numbers of spots, are going to specific kinds of people to try to make up for the historical shutting them out. to try to get the field to a place where it should be, and then you don't need affirmative action anymore. It's a corrective action. I feel like I can come up with a metaphor for this. I use metaphors all the time. Oh, man. My brain's fried. Why would you... I don't know. Ask the slavers why we would need affirmative action. A lot of post offices had to be remade to allow for handicap access. Yeah. That wasn't like... When we gave people with wheelchairs more access to public buildings, that didn't hurt people who weren't using wheelchairs. It didn't hurt them in any way. I didn't equate a fetus to cancer, Han. That's dishonest. I can't ask them, so maybe you can tell me instead. Ask who? Oh, what, slavers? Do you know what generational wealth is? Do you know what redlining is? People don't just become equal because you, like, in the laws, the words treat them equally. If they have a history of being treated unequally, then they continue to be treated unequally because nothing was done to fix their place. If people start poor, they don't become rich. Very few among them will, but the majority of them are stuck in a place because of generations of discrimination. You don't necessarily have a problem with what? It's not only that, there are also systems in place that, like, just exclude them from, like, the workforce. Like, one of the easiest studies that I am sure you've heard of is the Freakonomics, at least they did a chapter on this study. I don't think it was their own study, where when two equivalent resumes have two different last names, the more white-sounding last name is way more accepted than the other one. The other one is thrown out. Redlining is not research? What are you talking about? Hey, let's do some live research. I love that. Okay. Okay, we're gonna develop a research plan, and then we're gonna follow through on it. We're not gonna use AI for an answer. We're gonna use AI for a research plan. On this channel, we don't pretend that people aren't gonna use AI, so we're going to demonstrate how you can use it effectively. Okay. 12:12. Stream. We need a research plan with sources we can look into ourselves to determine the impact of redlining on Black Americans today. specifically is still impacting or not impacting economic disparity. Well, human wrongs, what's your alternative reasoning for that? Hell, I guess let's just start. In the 1930s, the federal government created the redlining maps for almost every major American city. Mapping inequality lets you explore these maps and the history of racial and ethnic discrimination in housing policy. I mean, who are we arguing with right now? Is it just human wrongs? Human wrongs isn't able to jump in voice chat. If anybody's got good resources on the economic impact of... Oh, I can put this other one away. If anybody's got good resources for us to look at, I'm happy to look at them. There we go. Pseudoscientific systemic racism hypothesis regarding the origin of modern-day gaps in racial cess does not hold up under scrutiny. It's nothing more. I mean, you're gonna have to do more than just say that. If you've got issues with any studies out there, you need to actually demonstrate the issues with those studies. Because one is purporting to be science, following the scientific method. The other one is just saying, well, nuh-uh. I don't feel like this site does a very good job of explaining what it is. I mean, melting pot? No, you said the systemic racism hypothesis. I wasn't saying that. What? This is not a good research plan. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Academic research connecting redlined areas to current outcomes. Let's look at an actual study. I'm gonna have to get, we need Google Scholar. I search in here. Yeah, it just takes me there. That's citation. Well, I mean, I have to get a membership, I guess. Nope, nope. I would love that, Human Wrongs. I asked for a resource earlier. Oh. Now I have to go verify my account. God damn it. Well, and then there's like a feedback loop problem with that too, isn't there, OMG Sticks? Okay, now I can log in. Thank you. A feedback loop is where there's an issue and it creates a result, and then that result gets taken back into the setup that caused the issue. So now the setup now includes the problem in it, and now it creates more problems as output because the problem went back into the input. And so you just keep getting more problems put in as input, and you get worse output, and it just keeps happening. What kind of indoctrination are we talking about, Aliana? Search. What do you mean? Why can't I find this article? Man. Okay, let me just try a different source. Well, there we go. That was so much easier. Great. Okay, let's put that back up. Something else is going on as a mix of a lot of cultural factors. They did compare generational poverty among races, so it should be somewhat controlled for that. Are you sure you want to know? I'd hate to basically trauma dump on chat, but hey, Lore, I can't have that fan on right now. Yeah, it is pretty hot in here. Let me go fix the AC. I'll be right back, guys. And meanwhile, I'll scroll back up and start reading the introduction. Should start cooling heads. Okay. Thank you. You too.
Water bottles?
Huh?
Where are the water bottles?
Those are in the garage fridge. Social scientists have long been interested in the link between place and we focus on credit access, a potential channel, could drive both place and race-based disparities. Neighborhoods inappropriately deprived of credit could suffer from insufficient investment and become magnets for an array of social problems related to poverty. Oh, am I sure I want to know what your indoctrination is? Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm an open book. I'll answer, I think, any questions anybody wants to know. So if you want to share, I can share it, whatever. Our study is set in the aftermath of the Great Depression, when the federal government undertook dramatic reforms to limit foreclosures and stabilize the housing market. One seemingly innocuous initiative was the overhaul of property appraisal practices. The Homeowners Loan Corporation, now defunct federal agency, drew maps for over 200 cities as part of its city survey program to document the relative riskiness of lending across neighborhoods. Neighborhoods were classified based on detailed risk-based characteristics, housing age, and price. However, non-housing attributes such as race, ethnicity, and immigration status were influential factors as well. Since the lowest rated neighborhoods were drawn in red and often had the vast majority of African American residents, these maps have been associated with the so-called practice of redlining, in which borrowers are denied access to credit due to the demographic composition of their neighborhood. Lasagna. Dog cam. Not my face. Credit was also potentially restricted to neighborhoods scoring in the next lowest neighborhood grade marked in yellow, which has received much less public and academic attention. Get away from the mic. No, get away from the mic. Nobody wants to hear that. Still exists an extraordinarily large wealth gap between white and black Americans who receive no inheritance. Yeah, no shit. This automatically makes theories dubious? No, not dubious. There are just multiple factors. I don't think you understand. To be fair, there is a larger gap between whites and blacks who do receive an inheritance, but this is perfectly compatible with the hypothesis that posits behavioral differences as the ultimate cause, as you will necessarily be selecting for a less represented portion of the white population. So you tell me, human wrongs, what behavioral differences? Yeah, super dubious. Yeah, I'm gonna need something that is research backed to say what behavioral issues are both linked directly to race and that describes or is causal to the disparities. Yeah, I agree. Intelligence. Okay, can you give me a study on the difference in white and black intelligence? I would love to see that, human wrongs. I would call myself a democratic socialist, Mr. Rumble. How the maps impact an area of local areas surrounding the HLC's demarcation neighborhoods. We mainly focus on these border areas to leverage this research strategy that can possibly deliver causal effects. The effects of the maps on other parts of redline cities and the aggregate effect of the program are clearly important, but much more challenging to identify. Methodology must address confounding factors for valid inference. A key concern is that the maps may have simply reflected and codified pre-existing differences in neighborhoods, but did not actually cause changes in credit access. We address this concern through a multi-pronged approach. We begin by considering changes over time and the difference in outcomes between neighbors that live on either side of an HLC boundary within a tightly defined geographic band, typically a few city blocks. Comparisons of spatially proximate neighbors address some confounding factors like access to labor markets, public transportation, or other local amenities that might differently influence neighborhood growth. That's funny, Mr. Rumble. Good job. Proud of you. I actually don't have socialism as one of my debate topics. I might add that in the future. But in general, I would start by saying, I think either direction you go, you're going to have some limiters on the natural consequences of whatever economic system you choose. But I think starting with an economic system that, by its very nature, creates poverty is not the right way to start. You don't want to start with poverty and then try to limit it so that it creates less poverty. I mean, the essential problem, Mr. Rimble, is that capitalism creates the aggregation of capital in those that have capital. It just creates a vacuum that makes poor people. And they're like, the only way to have capitalism is to go, well, I don't like capitalism, so we need to restrain it. Let's try to find something that's more. Did I skip an abstract earlier? Ah, okay. Of course I did. Study the effects of the 1930s era HOLC redlining maps on the long-run trajectories of neighborhoods using a boundary design and propensity score methods. We find that the maps led to reduced home ownership rates, house values, and rents, and increased racial segregation in later decades. We also compare cities on either side of a population cutoff that determined whether maps were drawn and find broadly similar results. We conclude that the HOLC maps had meaningful and lasting effects on the development of urban neighborhoods through reduced credit access and subsequent disinvestment. So literally just the way cities were designed, how they where the poor neighborhoods are, where the wealthy neighborhoods are, and who is in those neighborhoods. Growth of bureaucracy, unpopular reforms, less personal responsibility, capital flight. Doesn't this destroy the state? Well, for sure, I think you're going to have to demonstrate capital flight. Growth of bureaucracy. Well, to have an effective state, you have to have a bureaucracy. You're just going to have to figure out how to have an effective one. I mean, at a minimum, I don't believe in a small government, because what government is just the organization of people's power, and the more power the people have, the better outcomes they can have as a group. So it becomes more about how do we manage that power, and not we don't want it. Unpopular reforms. That's an incredibly vague statement. I mean, the solution to unpopular reforms is to make them popular or to drop them. Oh, I'm sorry, Aliana. There's a lot going on in here. Basically, when I was a child, neo-Nazi, white supremacist hate groups and terrorist cells, Irish Republican paramilitary members, and Hezbollah and Taliban supporters indoctrinated me from a young age as a part of their open-source terrorism operations. They failed to turn me into a proper sleeper cell as my brain developed faster than they could get a gun into my hands, and I was like, wait, maybe they're the bad guys. Wow, that's a remarkable story, Aliana. Most people don't realize when, like, they are being programmed. Like, I know, I've dealt with I deconstructed myself, and then I've personally dealt with a cult in East Texas. It's very hard to break through to people. I'm curious if you know how you broke through it. I would love to know that. Well, Mr. Rumble, the lack of there ever being an actual operating socialist system doesn't mean that one shouldn't be strived for. No, it was near Lufkin, Han. The Branch Davidians were forever ago. Well, you know what? They did come from Waco. They were Baylor boys. Story goes that the three founders of the Church of Wells approached the leader of their cult in Waco and said God came to them in a dream and said that they should be leading the cult, and the cult leaders were like, yeah, no, actually, no. So they went and started their own. Love and care. I mean, that's the best way, I think, to approach people with love and compassion and to discuss their values with them. I was discussing this the other night with someone, and my issue with how most debate content goes is, theoretically, in my mind, you got people build their worldview as like a tower. They start with the foundation of their core values, and then they build things on top of it. And then, you know, things in here are load-bearing. They hold up the stuff that's up here. And so in debate content, when you start attacking people's like views up here, you're threatening everything underneath it. Or when you pick at something in the middle of the tower, you're threatening everything that's built above it. And I think attacking people from the top of the tower down is a really bad way of trying to come to common ground with people. And I think it very rarely works. And I think the better way to do it is to start with people's core values and then examine what a tower would look like if we talked through it together from core value to make those layers up to the topic we're talking about, to see if you actually thought about it from beginning to end and you upheld your core values throughout, what would that tower look like? And then you give the person the choice. You have two towers now. You have the one that they're relying on, and you have the other one you've helped them build, and you let them look at those two towers and decide which one is what they would prefer to continue to hold. So, Mr. Rumble, if you see capitalism as a terrible system and you see socialism as a terrible system, why would you start at the one that creates poverty as part of its nature and try to restrain that, rather than the one that starts with the concept of people's labor being valued at its actual value and giving them say in how businesses are run, and then build from there, like go the other direction? Yeah, OMG Sticks, and you end up with a multi-decade effort by corporations to like break down the New Deal, like start in the 1950s and just have a long-term plan to take away every single part of it. Yeah, they sure did, but it sure did make America rich fast. Oh boy, this is gonna be fun. Paste bin. What the hell am I looking at? You know, I probably shouldn't click on links while it's like straight up here on my OBS. I should probably open those separately and then incorporate them if they're okay. Lesson learned. Lesson learned. yeah, lesson learned. I'm too ready to believe in the good in people. Yes, Human Wrongs is trying to do that. What am I even looking at? Europe has literally turned to fascism. America has turned to fascism too. I think we're starting to hit a pivot where people are rejecting some fascism. I think they saw where it was going, didn't like it. All of Europe. I am not even sure how I'm supposed to read this. don't think we've turned to fascism. You don't think that telling the intelligence community to look into people based on their anti-capitalist, anti-Christian, or anti-American views is despotic, fascistic? Forced imposition of ideas and meanings? What are you even talking about, dude? Sure, it is an executive using the state power against people whose speech he disagrees with. Sure, it is. Hello, tired. I'm Dad. How's it going, Pale Visitor? I do want to know. I doubt it. I doubt it, but I do want to know if anybody came here from the video I posted yesterday. On YouTube. Because it got like 750 views in what, like 15 hours? It was new for me. It's still not huge numbers, but it's fast for me. Oh, thank you, Maddie. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this. I don't even know what I'm looking at. Okay. A fascist regime doesn't have to be in place for a regime to be practicing fascism. You can have fascist policies that drive toward fascism. It's so weird that that's a popular argument. Yeah, we're just, we don't care about due process anymore. That's fun. Fascism very much involves the enforcement of the will of those in power on the populace through the use of state power. It's not just censorship. It is more than censorship. Yeah, birthright citizenship, try and get rid of that. Trying to say burning the American flag is criminal just by the authority of himself. That's fun too, and is just kind of in violation of the concept of the First Amendment. Well, that wouldn't make any sense because he doesn't have any. Well, I mean, sure, dude, and I wouldn't agree with that either. Socialists don't definitionally love state power. You're talking about people who call themselves socialists who then took over a state. I mean, not socialist at all, actually, but doesn't work with weak central power. Sure, I'm not advocating for weak central power. I'm talking about mostly limits on executive power, because executive power is a threat. I mean, the dude literally tried to undo democracy. That was cool. One of my favorite parts about the guy is that he just wanted to undo the results of the 2020 election, and people still voted for him because people are like, well, I don't care about democracy anyway, so I'm going to use the right to my democratic vote to bring that person back. That doesn't make any sense to me. That anybody wanted to vote for a person who wanted to undo the power of their vote. That's nuts, dude. I think before we address anything about Trump, you would have to explain that to me. He is needed in an era when the US is losing power. So you would rather have the US have power than have democracy? Nope, nope. That's not cool, dude. Womp womp. The truth is that you don't want black people let out of prison. That is the extent of the truth of that statement. That's cool, dude, but electing a guy who literally tried to undo it himself isn't gonna help that. Electing Republicans isn't going to help that. Because Republicans are the ones that restrain voting rights. A constitutional convention would help it. Voting for Democrats would help it. Democrats are not a threat to, like, the right to vote at all. I would love to see any evidence that Democrats are at least modern Democrats, are a threat to the right to vote. I mean, I don't know that I have much to say about campaign law observing. Yeah, you're welcome to ask questions. I don't see why I would identify with the majority will of a group comprised of tens of millions of people who are incorporated into it against the wishes of the people and through massive coordinated campaigns to undermine rule of law. Who were incorporated against the wishes of the people? The composition has been rigged. How has the composition been rigged? I'm not a public defender. You're just asking me what public defenders make? Because I don't know, but I wasn't interested in going through law school and taking on that amount of debt and then going to be a public defender. No, dude, I worked in big law, and now I work at a boutique firm where I make just as much as I made in big law. And what young lawyers make in big law is very public information, so you can just go find that. All big law firms pay, let's say 90%. Pay first year's the same, pay second year's the same, pay third year's the same, pay fourth year's the same. You can go look at that. You can see. I work in Medicaid financing for hospitals. I get to watch rural hospitals die because of the Trump administration. Yay. So, Human Wrongs, your issue is with Americans. Wow. So American law created the system for how people become Americans, and you're like, but I don't like those Americans, and so they're somehow wrong. Yeah, guess what? That's the way America has been since the 19th century, mid-19th century. That's the way America decided it wanted to do things, and for some reason you think your special little snowflake feelings should overrule that. Nice. Do you want to look at the legislative record to see what was discussed when they were writing the 14th Amendment? When the 14th Amendment was up for debate? They were aware that people who were not Americans would have babies on American soil and that those people would be American citizens. They were aware of that when they wrote it. That was the intent. I'm sorry. You just got little special feelings. Yeah, you've got little special feelings. Oh. That's America, dude. Your idea is not America. It sounds pretty non-legal. I don't know about illegal in the way that we understand that word to be related to statutes, because I don't know if they were violating anyone's statutes when they did that, but it's pretty fucked. Yeah. Hey, Human Wrongs, can I ask what your European heritage is? How did Democrats do that? What are you talking about? A statute is like a written law. It's codified. So I don't know the history of Native American law. I don't know if any people that were killed on the East Coast, or I'm talking about when America was founded, so any Native groups on the East Coast had codified law. OMG sticks, absolutely. It's in the channel description, but I'll post it. Well, if you're British and German, then America wasn't designed for you. I'm sorry. It was designed for subjects of the British Crown. Oh, okay. Are these Hans friends? Am I getting swarmed over here? Neither are the children of immigrants. They are not illegal immigrants either. Sanctuary city programs don't bring people over. Right, but the colonies were designed for subjects of the British Crown. I don't know why you're defaulting to when the American Constitution was written. That was a usurpation. You are on land that was designed for subjects of the British Royal Crown. Sorry. Let's go back to when they had an idea of what they wanted. No, they literally do the opposite of aiding and abetting. That is the opposite of what that is. They choose to not involve themselves in federal efforts. That is not aiding and abetting. Yeah, and we're not living in 18th century America either. Surprise, we live in modern America that has had birthright citizenship for 150 years? Yeah. That sucks, Aliana. I mean, the president wants me executed, so... So you're complaining about things that are the way that America has been designed to be. So I don't understand your point about who is this supposed to be for. It's meant to be for Americans, and those people are Americans. Amazing. Aliana, I was making my 28-minute video on my YouTube channel about the about Article 5 and the Constitutional Convention. I was making that video, and I have a segment in there about how Article 5 could solve like a president who is not being restrained by the rest of the federal government using federal troops against states. The states could just have a constitutional convention to remove the right of the president to give orders to troops. And in that segment, I talk about like how soldiers are supposed to reject unlawful orders. And while I was making that video was when Trump had that whole crazy Twitter spree or truth spree, I don't remember which one it was, where he called for the execution of Democratic lawmakers who were telling troops to reject unlawful orders. Yeah, thought crime, exactly. Yeah, I'm waiting for you to tell me how it's been weaponized. Because you said the Democrats had a whole like scheme to bring illegal immigrants in to change the demographics of the United States. I'm waiting to see that. I want to know why do you believe that is a thing? It literally doesn't undermine democracy. If you let everyone in and gave them a vote, that would be democracy. Sanctuary city programs is literally states aren't required to help the federal government do federal programs. That's just states' rights. Do you hate states' rights? For the purpose of protecting valuable members of their communities. Amazing. And how does the states not helping feds carry out a federal program equal a conspiracy to bring more people over to change the demographics of the country? Yeah, he seems to just be parroting things. At most, the worst thing you could say about a sanctuary city is that they're lazy. They don't want to help. No, it's literally opposite. They are not doing anything active. You say actively working. They're not doing anything active at all. And even if that were true, it still doesn't amount to a conspiracy to bring more people over to change the demographics of the country. And even if they were doing that, I still don't see how that's a problem. If you just made those people, like, if you made all the illegal, like, residents, like, people who were in the sanctuary cities illegally, if you just made them all citizens, I don't see the problem with that. What is wrong with that? How does that hurt anything? They are contributing to the economy. They're contributing to the local culture. They are a benefit to the people they live with. Why don't we want them? No, it's literally not anti-democratic. It is more democratic. You're giving more people the ability to vote.
Hey, Daddy.
Yeah, what's up, Laura?
Did you know that piranhas are basically water vultures?
Water, what, like they prey on dead things?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did know that. Piranhas are crazy. What are you watching on piranhas? That's cool. Hey, in 10 minutes. Well, okay, it's too late for that. So we're gonna do bedtime in 15 minutes, okay?
What are you gonna say?
What do you mean?
Or what are you gonna say?
I was gonna ask that. I was gonna suggest that you work on animation stuff. Are you saying that illegal immigrants vote? Oh my god. Literally just parroting things he hears other people say. Let's address the important question, human wrongs. Why do you believe that illegal immigrants are voting? Why do you believe that? Ignoring that, like, the question of whether that would even be, like, harmful in some way. Why do you believe that they are voting? Okay, and you read that study? You read that survey? I would love for you to share that. Whenever a Republican voter dies, what? We will not give you any sex. That doesn't happen in this chat. If only it were true. We could stop trying to correct Republican administration's problems every time and just start making some fucking progress. Alright, what do we got here? Electoral Studies and International Journal. Yeah, it's lovely. My state literally had a legislator who managed to commit voting fraud, voter fraud, election fraud. Okay. Department of Political Science, Old Dominion University, Norfolk, Virginia. Yeah, I'm curious about that methodology, because I'm curious how you find a non-citizen immigrant and then ask them truthfully whether they have participated. So I want to find that methodology. That's curious. Is this a video of one guy? It doesn't matter whether they're legal or not. So if they come here and they are American citizens, that's anti-democratic? That's just insane, dude. I'm sorry. That's a mental error. Like, Maddie, the goalposts are getting shifted, but they're getting shifted in the opposite direction that goalpost shifting usually means. Like, it's like, I'm gonna goalpost shift away from my own point to a point that, like, is worse. Like, moving his own goalposts, I guess. If they are brought in against the wish... If they are brought in against the wishes of the demos... If most people don't want them to become citizens, then it is anti-democratic to make them such. If the majority of people don't want them to be citizens, how do they have the right to become citizens? Demographics? Using demos as like a Latin term? He's using a Latin term, okay. Is it not Latin? Yeah, that would probably be Greek, wouldn't it? Silly me. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like a dog whistle term. Let's go to an older language to describe the concept that we're talking about. Yeah, the majority of Americans want people who follow the required immigration process to become the proper citizenship process to become citizens. I don't know where you get the idea that the majority of people don't want lawful immigrants to become citizens. Only if unrestrained by constitutional rights, Aliana. That's part of our polity also, is constitutional rights for minorities. For decades, the most popular opinion on immigration was to reduce it, and furthermore, I seriously don't think most Americans... Reducing it doesn't mean we don't want them. Well, are you okay? I seriously don't think most Americans want people to become citizens by virtue of the fact that someone entered into the country illegally and resided there with... That's a cool feeling, bro. You a fan of feelings over facts? If a majority of Americans considered it to be a problem, I imagine that there would be more of a movement to introduce an amendment to get rid of the birthright citizenship aspect of the 14th Amendment. But funnily enough, I don't think I've ever heard anyone talk about that until Trump. Yeah, I don't think it's a safe bet, dude, because where the fuck are you getting that from? That is the... Dude, that is the wildest echo chamber opinion to have. You're the one who said it doesn't matter if they're legal or not. And then you're the one who said people don't want people to become citizens by virtue of being born here. I didn't do that. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, I don't even understand what the issue with immigrants is. This has yet to be demonstrated. Yeah, I would love people who want to come here and be contributing members of society, who have no interest in committing violent acts, or who have no interest in removing minority rights, who have an interest in upholding the polity of the United States of America. I want all those people. But local authorities aren't aiding and abetting. You're just making up words. Those aren't what those words mean, my guy. You're talking to an attorney. Those words have legal meanings. They are not aiding and abetting anyone. They did a habeas corpus on the immigrant population to promote their pro se in American standing. What the fuck? That's not what those words mean. No, because even in a colloquial sense, those words mean an active act. You can't aid and abet someone by just sitting there. You can't do it. Yeah, and aiding and abetting in a colloquial sense. Like, literally, a member of, like, if there's a person in organized crime, a member of the mafia, they hit a jewelry store and they come through with the stolen goods, and their fellow mafia member is sitting in the room with them while they're going about the room collecting their things to run away from the cops, and then they run away from the cops. In no sense in anyone's mind has the mafia member who was just sitting there aided and abetted the other guy. In no sense at all. Yeah, Maddie, I welcome you adding yourself to the list of people in the debate. That's great. It's not just me. This is a community effort. Yeah, I question, like, OMG6, like, I just question, on the basis of what the study is, how you could get outcomes out of that study. But I still have it up. I haven't read it yet. Funny thing about sedition is cooperation with each other to commit a crime. So you don't actually have to be there committing the crime. But if you have active engagement in its plotting, if you have active engagement in its support, that is sedition. But if you don't do anything, then it's not sedition. So in a trial, you would have to demonstrate what act they committed, and then you would have to substantiate that act with evidence, and then you would have to substantiate how that act was done in furtherance of the crime. These are called elements of the crime. You have to prove every single element. So there had to be evidence shown to a jury, and the jury had to adopt that evidence to call it what was done a fact. Amazing. Someone even published in the same journal to dunk on the study. That's beautiful. Can you share? Oh, great. You did share it. Yeah, pull that one up too. That is literally the name. Oh my god. Again, I think you're confused on what that term refers to. Oh, you're either confused about it or you're just bad faith, and as somebody who came in saying they're a troll, I imagine you're just being bad faith. When you announce yourself as a troll, like, do you expect any of your statements to be taken seriously? Oh, I missed this one. Look, if there was like a terrorist who detonated a bomb that killed hundreds of people and he went to go hide out in a city and the local government was like, we're not going to cooperate with the federal authorities in capturing this guy, people would absolutely consider this aiding and abetting. No, that's not what that is. I'm sorry. You can't contribute to a crime by doing nothing. They can be upset that they're not helping, but it's not the same thing as aiding and abetting, even in a colloquial sense. You can't aid and abet by doing nothing. I believe that would be Maddie, or it may have been OMG Sticks. I think it was OMG Sticks, actually. Yeah, you can be wrong, dude. That's totally up to you. You can hold whatever unfounded opinion you want to hold. Yeah, Maddie, it was OMG Stakes. They're not helping them. You keep asserting these things that aren't founded on anything. And I don't see how being in love with these illegal immigrants, like, they're not. Like, you're just saying things. Not hurting is not the same thing as helping. If I don't throw rocks at a person who's drowning, am I helping them? Merely by not throwing rocks at them? Would you say I helped that drowning victim? if you let the authorities search your house, then what? Hey Han, what was the point you were trying to make with this article? Uh-huh. The interesting thing about that judge case is actually like a centuries-old understanding of the judge upholding the process in their own courtroom. Like the judge has the right to throw literally anyone out of their courtroom. So to not allow an arrest to happen in her courtroom, or that would interfere with her courtroom's proceedings, wouldn't technically be, if that were the motivation, that wouldn't technically be interference with or obstruction of a federal agent action. That would be her upholding her own duties as a judge. Yeah, I'm also sharing details with Aliana. This is from a legal perspective. And it's also a violation of the judge's right to decorum in their own courtroom. Like a judge has to be able to maintain their own order in a courtroom. That's why a judge is allowed on their own initiative to add jail time for abusing their courtroom. If a guy starts cussing at a judge in their courtroom, the judge can just put them in jail for longer on their own. Okay, I have a kid to put to bed, and by the time that I get back, I am going to figure out whether, when I come back, I want to switch to just playing some video games for a bit, just to chill out before I go to bed. Okay, I'll see you guys in a second. Have fun. Don't kill each other in chat. Nice try. Hey, if you use that word again, I will legitimately ban you. Oh god, what's happening? Han, you're welcome to call me a moron or an imbecile. It doesn't bother me at all. Weed legality status. Oh, thank you for welcoming me back. I don't play TF2. I played TF2 for like 2 months and it just didn't appeal to me. Genetically defective? Oh, that's great. I don't think I'm a fan of that one either. Using genetic conditions as an insult is not cool in my book. I don't know enough about the South Africans. If you're talking about them in terms of like if there were no difference between them and other immigrants, then isolated, I would totally be fine with that. But as it is compared to treatment of other peoples, then no, I don't support that. But I'm totally fine with those people being here. I'll look up the South African immigrants. Are you in favor of Trump pardoning the cocaine dealer while blowing up other supposed drug runners? I mean, it seems like this group of people, as a group, I would have no issue with them coming to America. Yeah, all drugs should be legal. That's true. Results in better outcomes. Thank you. I'm back. I appreciate that. I'm happy. I'm happy with my art selection up here. Thank you. That one is meant to be me making fun of people who take themselves seriously. I don't take myself very seriously. Outcomes over... What do you mean? What is that in response to? Oh, in response to me saying that legalizing drugs leads to better outcomes, well, I would like any policy you choose to be backed by some benefit. Yeah, there should be a benefit to the things that you support. I've been having a good time with Twitch so far. Do you believe in outcomes? Yes, I am a real attorney. What would be the best way to demonstrate that? I know alt code 0167, that's the section symbol. I use that all the time. I mean, if a different way had better outcomes, then I wouldn't continue to hold the ideology. I'm a fan of reason-backed concepts. I definitely have played Ace Attorney. I love Ace Attorney. I have an Ace Attorney sticker on the back of my car. If you watch the 3-minute short that I posted last night on the YouTube channel, I definitely believe that ideas exist. I'm a very open and accepting person. Like, the first 2 conversations I had on this channel were with a self-defined Nazi and a guy who describes himself as farther right than MAGA, a nationalist, but doesn't call himself a Nazi. He was a big fan of the idea of the horseshoe theory, and that he and I agreed on a lot of things, despite being very far apart from each other. And I was like, except... Well, he said, except that we disagree on who should be getting the benefits. And I'm like, that is the important thing. I do believe in equality of man. Amazing. I think pluralism and equality are like my prime values. The crazy thing is that the left hates the things that the right says, and they will tell them so, but they will not use the law to stop them from saying things. And then the right will come back and have a president that wants to shut people down for saying things, or use the law against people differently based on what they say. And they're like, this is what you deserve because you are mean to us. You did cancel culture, so the president should be allowed to use state power to shut people down. That's cool with us. Practically, what does that mean? That means that we shouldn't allow our systems to treat people differently based on, or like, not differently. They shouldn't be able to treat different groups discriminately based on intrinsic characteristics. Yes, that's also true, OMG Sticks. Like, the right loves inventing culture war issues. The fuck are what questions? What? So if capitalism has shown better outcomes than socialism, communism, you would support capitalism over those other two? You would have to show me an operating socialist or communist system that actually meets the definition of those terms. And also depends on what you mean by better, because I believe in benefit-backed values, and a system that can, if a system can create more wealth for a select group of people in a system, as opposed to lesser wealth for the entire system, but more like closer levels of wealth, a lower wealth gap, if everybody can reasonably live, then that is still a functioning system. That still is a benefit. At that point, it becomes value-based. Like, would I rather have the whole society have less, but everybody have more than they need to survive? Or would I rather have the whole society have more, but that be isolated to a smaller group of people? That's a value choice. Yeah, conservatives hate Jesus. That's true. So that's why I corrected my human wrongs. That's why I corrected myself. It's not that you can't treat them differently. It's that you can't treat them discriminately based on intrinsic characteristics. Different treatment can be non-discriminatory. For instance, like, what do I want to use as an example? Like, if we were talking about affirmative action earlier. If it would if you could determine that doing affirmative action could bring could create equity among races, so that races are no longer being disparately treated based solely on the color of their skin or their last name or whatever. If you could determine that would solve it in 10 years, and then you could stop doing it, then that wouldn't be a discriminatory act. It would be reparatory, but it would be treating groups differently. No, it'd be reparatory. It depends on what definition you're using of discriminatory. In one literal sense, yes. If you discriminate in terms of treating two different groups differently, maybe disparate would be better. Maybe that would. Sure, but then it boils down to whether there is benefit or harm. There wouldn't be harm in that case, or there would be a greater benefit than harm. They are rage baiting, but I'm happy to engage. Okay, I think what I want to do is I'm just gonna play some video games for a bit. You guys can stick around or not. That's totally up to y'all. But I think I'm done with the. I mean, I'll still engage, but I'm just gonna make it less of a focus of what we're doing here. Well, you have yet to find any rage here. Like, I'm gonna be a hard person, I think, to induce rage in. I have literally had a hard time my whole life, like, figuring out how to express anger. It's something I'm learning. That, like, in sticking up for myself, I can show anger at people. One word gets your. That's not rage. That's consideration for other people. I have consideration for other people, and in that case, I would remove you, but I wouldn't be mad. I forget. Human wrongs, you don't do Discord, right? And by the way, I'm back. Han literally said when he first came in yesterday that he is a troll. He trolls lefties. So it's not a mystery. I accidentally banned him yesterday, and then I unbanned him, and then he went in my Discord and bitched about it. Yeah, I am know nothing. I'm not gonna claim that I know how to do everything. I'm not going to take myself seriously and go, oh, I can't make it look like I don't know how to do things. Nah, it's not me, dude. Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand why Han sticks around this stream if he's trying to get like a rage response out of people. Are there not things you could be spending your time on better? Oh, okay. I wonder why. This is your last refuge. Okay, I said I was gonna do something. Let's for Steam. Well, I'm back. That's actually not what I advocate for here. I advocate for finding the values at the core of what the other person believes in and finding what we can build on from that together. Because ultimately my goal, and this is going to have to be something I worry more about when I have more engagement, my ultimate goal is to advocate for a constitutional convention, and you can't do that without both sides. But both sides have a lot that they can agree on when it comes to polity, on how the government should be run. Not on policy, but that's what government does after you've set up a polity. Like I've discussed this with my MAGA coworker a lot as I've started building the channel, and other people as well. There's a lot that we can agree on how to get a system up and running, and I meant to address the electoral college system earlier, and I think the way we need to address the electoral college system is we need to design an actual stated philosophy on how representation should be distributed on what issues, because there are issues where the states all have an equal interest in something, and so that the states should have equal votes, like the Senate. That is the philosophy that is present in the Senate. And then there are issues where the states need to be represented, but they need to be represented in different amounts based on the number of people they represent, and that's the philosophy in place in the House. And then there are issues where each person should be represented equally. And I would argue that like a presidential election is one of those. Yeah. At least it should lean more toward that philosophy than toward one of the others. But I think if we set out the rules on how we make those judgments first, then we can have a basis for our argument to each other to get to a goal of which system should we use for this issue. Oh, so you're just opposed to American concepts, human wrongs? You're opposed to the American polity? Or the theory? I am opposed to the American polity too, but I am not opposed to the theory of American polity. That's just literally false. It wasn't enshrined in the Constitution, but they all believed in democracy. Oh, okay, you selective democracy. I get what you mean. That's true. But the theory was there for like equality of man, and that was just embraced further and further and further through American history. Republicans have an inability to put themselves in others' shoes. That's the main issue that needs addressing. I mean, that's literally what my MAGA coworker told me. Like, she didn't say that directly, but the way she explained how I changed her mind about gender was she was like, Oh, like once you actually explained it to me what they actually believe, and that they don't believe the thing that I thought they believed, and that I was actually able to see the what their argument was, then I could understand it and it makes sense to me. And so I've changed my mind on it. It's like, yeah, just try to be the other person in your head. Try imagining what that's like. Like, why is this so hard for you? I don't even know what that means, Han. I I'm more upset about public schools. Like Republicans have waged a war against public schools for decades, and it's really showing its head. Hi, Fishman. How are you doing? To be good. I mean, that's like almost the entire concept of pluralism. Like have different people with different viewpoints, and then you can accept them having their viewpoint because you don't have to put yourself in their shoes to do it, but you don't have to require them to be in your shoes, which is what Republicans want to do all the time. Put the Bible in schools. Thanks for that. I'll mention this all the time because it's so batshit insane. The Republican Party platform in Texas, they want to get rid of no fault divorce. It's insane. Insane. They just want to force their ideas on other people. It's horrific. I think we all agree that the Epstein files are far overdue from being released. Why hasn't Trump released them? I'm not entirely certain that he has the authority to just release them on his own. I wouldn't imagine that he would. Biden didn't have the authority to release them on his own. I don't know why Trump would. No, no fault divorce is just being allowed to divorce because you want to. Literally how I got out of my marriage. Did you say human wrongs? Are you saying why is getting rid of no fault divorce insane? So you want to require people to be locked into marriages they don't want to be in? Okay, if anybody posts more blank slash blank 2028, I'm just gonna get rid of it. I don't want my chat filled with that. Because people should be allowed to leave relationships that are not that they determine for themselves are not healthy for themselves. What value is there in creating an impediment to splitting? What value is there in that? Human Wrongs is about to tell you that it's meant to be a contractual relationship, but that's literally not how it's viewed. Like literally didn't draft any terms. There's no meeting of the minds on what, like, you would have to actually write things down. Because government has an interest in creating a population that creates families and communities. I'm back. I feel like you were trying to warn me not to take bait, and now you're literally taking bait. I'm not gonna say you shouldn't. Like that's totally up to you. Do that yourself, human wrongs. Do that yourself. Like, this is literally the the conservative psychosis. Do that on your own. The left isn't going to stop you from doing that. Why are you trying to force that on other people? Hold that standard for your own fucking marriage. I literally dealt with 9 years of emotional abuse, and I had to get the fuck out. How not? Make an agreement with your spouse about what your marriage is going to look like. Create prohibitions to your own splitting. Or impediments, not prohibition. Well, I mean, you can make prohibitions too. Write an actual marriage contract. Do that yourself. Don't force it on other people. I don't understand how this, in your mind, can be a defensible position at all. I want to lock other people in marriages. Yeah. This is the primary difference between the left and the right. There are many, but this is the primary one. The left is for pluralism, the right is for enforcement of their will on others. Thank you, it's terrific. Life has been so much better. I actually have one. That is not a difference between the two? What is the left forcing the right to adopt? I'm not talking about policies specifically, I'm talking about unbacked values. Forcing action based on not unfounded values. Human wrongs, are you in favor of burning the American flag? Or not in favor of it, but in favor of not criminalizing it? Right, so that's not an unfounded value, because if you permitted people to do that, that does induce harm on populations based on intrinsic quality in themselves. That is preventing harm. Whereas forcing marriage on people is excluding them from their determination of their own harm to themselves for no benefit to anyone else. No, like this is about simply on unfounded value principles. That's all I'm talking about. Like putting the Bible in schools. There is no way to base your opinion that that is a preferable option, so you're just going to enforce it on other people. You don't think, I don't know about you, but a conservative may say, I don't think that you should burn flags, so I'm going to enforce that on you. It doesn't cause anyone any harm. Like, can you demonstrate harm? That's what I mean. Because otherwise you're just talking about the basis of law in general. Like, I don't think that people should be allowed to kill people. Well, I do think that people should be allowed to kill people. Well, that's just a difference of values. But with murder, you can demonstrate harm. Human wrongs, I'm not going to entertain that with an answer. You understand what that means. Der Fishman, like, in the context of a religious studies class, it's totally fine. But it can't be, like, in any way held as superior to other texts. The problem is enforcing religious learning for the purpose of religious learning in schools. And Texas has adopted a curriculum that public schools can only get state funding if they use this curriculum that uses the Bible in its curriculum. Yeah, that doesn't harm them. Oh no, poor baby snowflakes. The alternative, you can demonstrate harm. You can demonstrate economic impact. Economic impact and exclusion. You can demonstrate where your other person, if they can only cite their fifis. Why is exclusion harm? I mean, the right to associate is like a core tenet of like the American polity. So if people cannot access systems on a larger scale, then yeah, that if you allow people en masse to exclude people based on the color of their skin, which doesn't mean anything, like you can't prove anything about the color of their skin to this other person, then yeah, they're just being excluded from broad swaths of the economy. That was like the premise of it in the Supreme Court, was that it impacts interstate commerce. Here, let's look it up. No, not all harm is based on PPs. It's only based on PPs to the extent that, like, hard solipsism proves that everything is a matter of fifis. But human suffering is knowable to other human beings. Yeah, I'm not interested in hard solipsism. Good luck. Go find some other place to talk about hard solipsism. But I want to force things on other people. I want to. Different races can actually have trouble doing these things? Doing what things? No, if I can demonstrate that it does harm. Well, at a minimum, if it causes them physical suffering or economic suffering, disparate impacts to their health or their wealth, then that is a demonstrable negative impact. That's demonstrable harm. Dude, if you want to argue that there's no such thing as harm, then we have to completely write our entire legal system, because that, I hate to tell you, that's how outcomes are measured in torts. And I'm sure you don't know what torts are. In civil cases, outcomes are determined based on the amount of harm. And they literally quantify it all the time. Centuries of law are based on quantifying harm. Heart of Atlanta Motel, the United States. And Katzenbach beam clung. The Ollie's barbecue case. So technically your business can only be forced to serve certain groups of people if your goods at any point traveled through interstate commerce. Yeah, dude, I am saying you can justify treating people like restraining people's acts if you can quantify harm. Yes. The problem is when you want to do it when you cannot quantify harm. I will restrain other people's actions when they are going to hurt other people through those actions. Yeah. What a horrific concept. Yeah, that wasn't my argument to begin with. I clarified my argument at the beginning when you first pointed this out. Actually, I think I clarified it before you said anything about it. No, they're very different. When the right wants to force children to read the Bible in school, they cannot quantify harm of not reading the Bible. So they are then just forcing their personal values that are unfounded on other people. That's extremely different. Good luck quantifying anything with the Bible. Like what, dude? What is the left forcing on kids in school? Learn social studies? Learn science? Right. Because when kids don't learn these things, it causes harm. We can literally demonstrate the harm of not teaching kids sex ed. It is not hard. The majority of abuse victims are kids that know less about sex. Thank you, Zach. I appreciate that. Welcome into chat. I love that you use sex ed as an example because it's such a bad example. Kids are harmed when they don't learn about sex. It hurts kids. It gets kids sexually abused. And if you don't teach people about systemic racism, then people don't learn to address systemic racism, so it perpetuates systemic racism. Yeah. Like, we don't want to learn about slavery anymore. The right wants to move away from teaching about slavery in school. Yeah, dude, Zach, if you're still here, I would, yeah. I could definitely learn from you about organizing, because that is a hole in my knowledge base for sure. You're welcome to join the Discord. Yeah, unions are great in any context. I know, like 45 minutes ago I said I was going to switch to playing video games. But I love when you guys bring up stuff that y'all want to talk about. Yeah, and all that. So all you would need to demonstrate that is the harm of systemic racism. Do you disagree? Can't even demonstrate the hypothesis to begin with, the hypothesis of systemic racism? Like that systemic racism exists? What is it called? The Black Windows study? I mean, we literally mentioned one earlier with the resume differences. That's systemic racism. What was this? That's no, I'm not. I'm misremembering the name of the study. What is it called? Lower performing racial groups. I mean, you literally can, dude. It is not hard. It is not hard. What is the name of this study? Damn it. I mean, I literally mentioned to you, like, that people with different sounding names get jobs less. That's systemic racism. Like if you have two equal resumes and all that's different is the name, the white sounding name gets chosen more. That's systemic racism. Well, now you're moving the goalposts. At a minimum, you're moving the goalposts, because now it has to be the primary cause. I'm not, like, at this moment, I'm not interested in what the primary cause is. Because it is a cause of harm. It is a cause of discrepancy. Yeah, you did, because your first statement, like, we can literally read it. You want to go back and read it? The hypothesis that gaps in between whites and lower performing racial groups are caused by institutional racial discrimination. And then down here you say, that does not demonstrate that systemic racism is the primary cause of gaps in between whites and blacks, LOL. Literally moving the goalposts. You can just read it out loud. Wait, okay, all right, fair. I didn't see that part of your message earlier, but why are you creating that exception? If the institutions are discriminatory, that is institutional racism. That is what the definition is. Great, you are telling me that it exists. Amazing. Thank you for the concession that institutional racism exists. Thank you. What do you think institutional racism is? If the system treats them differently, then yeah. If the system treats them differently because of the color of their skin, yes. What are you talking about that is being taught in school, even? I don't even remember being taught that systemic racism exists in school. But then again, I did go to school in Central Texas. But I guess the question is whether it would be worth teaching in school. By the way, Zach, just to make sure you understand, you are talking to somebody who came into this channel yesterday saying that they are a troll. But I mean, as far as I'm concerned, they're helping by getting the average viewership up. Like the opposite of trolling me. Thanks for being here, Han. Love you. Proud of you. Ah, the Veil of Darkness study. That's the one I was looking for. Okay. So the Veil of Darkness study shows that there is a what is the difference? I don't know. The difference between the number of white people and the number of black people that get pulled over during the day is massive. Massive difference between the number that get pulled over of those two groups, and the difference entirely goes away at night. Entirely. I am proud of you too, Aliana. Actually, in my sign-off on the channel, every night, I will tell you that I'm proud of you. If you're here for sign-off, if you want it before I sign off, I will tell you I'm proud of you. And at sign-off, I will tell you I'm proud of you. It happens every night. I'm proud of everyone in this chat. Every single person. Including the people I disagree with, no matter how awful their opinions are. Because oftentimes, I mean, I think it must be every time, they hold these bad opinions because of bad things that have happened to them in their lives. Bad influences in their lives, bad circumstances they've faced, bad education. And so they're dealing with some shit. So I don't hate these people. I hate the ideology that they hold. But they go through shit, and the fact that they go through shit is hard. And they're still fighting every single day. So I'll go ahead and I'll tell you what I say in my sign-off. I am proud of you. I don't need to know you for that to be real. Because you deserve to hear it. Because life is hard. It's always been hard, and it always will be hard. And the way you face every single day, the way you do, is remarkable. It is. Because doing this is hard. The thing that you do every day is hard. Can you, Human Wrongs, can you give me a source for anything about, like, failures in the Veil of Darkness study? Confounding variables. Everything changing when you can't see the driver. Okay. And I see you say, oh my god, thank you, attorney man, and Han made fun of me yesterday for mentioning that I'm an attorney on a channel about law and where I'm justifying my understandings of the law. I don't hold myself in any kind of special regard because I'm an attorney. I just have access to special knowledge that other people haven't spent the time learning. I don't think I'm super special in any kind of way that other people are not special. And I want to share the specialized knowledge that I have with other people because I think my profession does a really bad job of that. Human Wrongs, I would love to see you show me someone stating that they want to teach that systemic racism is the reason why there's a separation in the socioeconomic status of these two groups. I'm back in a way. I agree with you on, like, you wouldn't hate someone with a mental illness, you would want to help them. Like, in a way, I agree with you. Just in the sense that, like, I'm going to approach you in compassion in talking about these things. And if I hadn't approached my MAGA coworker about trans rights in a compassionate sense, she would have shut down. She would have felt like her tower was being attacked. Her personal value, her worldview tower was being attacked. And that's not how you get through to people. Yeah, human wrongs. You can't identify people as being more likely to be suspects by the color of their skin. That is not a thing that is okay to do. Jesus Christ. If you want to know my name, I am Austin. My name is Austin. I live in Austin. Because my dad's an asshole. Don't know why I said it that way. An asshole. Fat guy, and what kind of lefty am I? A chill one. Happy to talk about whatever. Is something you would agree with or not? I don't know, I'd have to look into that. But teaching people that systemic racism exists that would be correct. And it would reduce harm to teach them that it exists. Yeah, dude, I don't think it would hold up in court if you were looking for a suspect and they were described as a black man and you just pulled someone over for being a black man. That would not hold up in court. That is not a winning argument. What's going on? Oh God, are we talking about Jews' involvement in the slave trade? You know, Christians were hugely involved in the slave trade too. Yeah, Jews didn't put slaves in the Constitution. Discrimination against whites and Asians in regards to university admissions. Do you mean the thing that's not happening anymore? I mean, yeah, it would be valuable to teach people about affirmative action. There's a lot of value in teaching people about that, yeah. Yeah, I would call myself a democratic socialist. Sure, but human wrongs, yes, that would make a difference, but here the difference is the gap in races being pulled over. That is what disappears. You can figure out what factor you're measuring for. And that's not a thing that cops are allowed to pull people over for, human wrongs. Yeah, they're not allowed to pull people over for that reason. Then what are they pulling them over for, dude? He is just being racist at this point. It's true. Then what is the cause in the gap of people being pulled over based on their race? Or what is the cause for the gap in races being pulled over? Yeah, give me this study. I want to see this study. Dude, Human Wrongs, are you arguing this knowing the size of the discrepancy? Because looking for the like an identified suspect is going to be an extremely small part of that. You like to say these things can be discounted as like small variances based on like explainable things. That's not it, dude. That is not it. Even if nobody is ever pulled over on the basis of race, yeah, and you have two different racial groups, and one racial group are more likely to be suspects than the other, which may present its own problem, be aware, when it comes to systemic racism. And one racial group are more likely to be, yeah, I mean, we could trace that in multiple ways, like how many people are held to account because of crimes. We can point out the fact that crime increases with disparities in socioeconomic status, and then you can look at the causes of the difference in socioeconomic status, which you're saying don't exist based on anything but the inherent characteristics of this race, which I'm really curious about what you think those are. No, dude, the amount of traffic stops is not explained by looking for suspects who are active. That is not the majority of traffic stops. That's insane. That is insane. Yeah, it does. For you to say that this is the thing that explains the gap, and it's not just that they're seeing black people and pulling them over, you have to come up with some other reason to explain it, and you're putting this forward as a reason to explain it, and it makes such a small difference. Yeah, I would challenge you to come up with 3 others. Even if you were right about this one. I mean, I'd go as far as to say that may be a reasonable way to account for a couple of traffic stops, but there's like maybe single digits in a year. Because the one you came up with is such a tiny, microscopic fraction of traffic stops. It is not worth putting forward. You're going to need several of those to make up the huge difference in traffic stops. Fat guy, and I don't know what you're even arguing, dude. Like, are you saying that systemic racism doesn't exist? Huh? Oh, is Han using the disingenuous argument of if you actually believe this thing, you would be going to do shit somewhere else? It's a very disingenuous argument. Human wrongs. You're telling me that there is a small difference in white people and black people being pulled over? I can read, I couldn't determine what point you're trying to make. I saw there's a reason for that, but I don't know what you're driving at. So you're saying there's a small difference. Okay, yeah, I'd love to go find that. I feel like I remember, like, I don't know this. I don't know this. I'll own the brand. I don't know it. I feel like I remember hearing that the Veil of Darkness study showed a, like, 19 times difference. Is it worth buying the study? Right. Yes, human wrongs. Yeah. That is systemic racism. Good job. Damn. Well, you have to demonstrate that it's related to some other factor. Because right now what we see is there is a disparity in the race distribution. Yeah, demonstrate it, dude. Because right now the positive assertion is that there is a disparity in how races are pulled over. Yes, because the number of people who are pulled over for a traffic stop because they are possibly suspects in a crime is not a significant number of people. Where's the distribution? What? Yeah, absolutely they're going to be tiny numbers. Like, it's like a joke to raise. Nice. Calculator. Yeah. So black men are almost 50% more likely to be pulled over than white men. We are talking about driving while black. I think Human Wrongs doesn't want to agree that's what they're being pulled over for. "50% more likely" is a pretty huge thing. And to be clear, I'd say almost 50. It's 44. To be entirely clear, 44% more likely. Getting late for anybody? Oof. I mean, I've been up pretty late on this channel a few times, like, where I've had to, like, get 4.5 hours of sleep to go to work the next day. Does human wrongs, even if you're right, does that change the statistic that I just gave you? I just told you that black drivers are 44% more likely to be pulled over than white drivers. Medicaid lawyer. I help design state programs to distribute Medicaid funds and get out Medicaid funds to hospitals. May have saved one state in particular. Losing, I may have saved them. Not I. Or a team of like 4 people may have saved one state in particular from losing $1.3 billion in a single year for their hospitals because they were doing something not great. Human wrongs. The issue is systemic racism. And I was pointing out the size of the gap. If you want to go back to finding what the gap shrinks down to at night, I can do that. But the point, I was making a point with a Veil of Darkness study. The point being systemic racism in traffic stops. Oh. This is exhausting. Alright, I'm going to do something fun with the rest of my evening. I am going to switch to playing video games now. For the people that only want to be here for politics and things getting heated, I can do my sign-off for you just in case you want to hear it. I am Know Nothing Attorney. I know nothing, so you can too. Because it's only in embracing that we know nothing that we can actually learn something. And that's what I'm here to promote, learning things. And as always, I'm proud of you. I don't need to know you for that to be real. You deserve to hear it. Because life is hard, it's always been hard, and it always will be hard. And the way you face every day the way you do is remarkable. So stay remarkable, and I'll see you next time that we're working on political shit. You can dip now. I'm gonna play some video games. Alright, peace out, human wrongs. Hope to see you around again. Sure, Aliana. I was thinking about playing Deltarune, but I'll listen to something. I've been playing Sinclair Obscure offline. It's almost like that's what your name is that's what you're into. Yeah, I wanted to play some Deltarune because I was thinking about some shit and I was like, wait, is that what's happening? I need to start over from the beginning and see if that's what's happening in the story. Starbound. Sounds like sci-fi. Sci-fi is not my jam. Fled your home only to find yourself lost in space with a damaged ship. Your only option is to beam down to the planet below, prepare your ship, and set off to explore the universe. Let's do this. Well, cute. I've got some overlapping people in my community here when it comes to Starbound. Love that. Okay, we're looking at Starbound. Aw. Okay, this is kind of cute. Okay, here's my Deltarune theory. If anyone wants to not hear it and like plug your ears. I think Asriel is a Lightner. And I think he is no, I mean sorry, I think Ralsei is a Lightner. And I think he is Asriel. I'm sure people have thought of that before. But I think he's just been pretending the whole time. And more broadly, my theory involves the fact that, or the idea that this is not the first time this game has been played. And the original adventurers included Asriel and Des. And now we are trying to, or the characters in the world, I think Gaster may have been the player of the previous game. And he is attempting to help those people avoid tragedy by otherwise fulfilling the conditions of the game. And so they are substituting people for other people to satisfy those conditions. And instead of losing Des, they have found the homeless girl and no one will care if she dies. And so we're replacing Des with a homeless girl so that these two families will not have themselves torn apart. And so either you satisfy the plan of these people that are working together to make this happen, and you're choosing to help the homeless girl die that no one supposedly cares about, or you help them and you condemn this family member what I assume is death. I think it's the concept of saving Aerith is what's going on in Deltarune. Where's Steam? Need to turn off the music. And maybe I could become a Dead by Daylight channel. Used to play a shit ton of Dead by Daylight. I've got like 3,000 hours on Dead by Daylight. I guess Deltarune needs to install. Okay, I will change the stream titles. If I can figure out where to do that. There we go. Switch over to gaming as the subject matter. There's so much management in streaming. Deltarune. There we go. Okay. Wait, no, don't.
30.
Stop. No. Stop. Alright, bye, Han. Peace out, bruv. Well, I guess we won't be hearing from Han again. Where did Steam go? Steam just shut down? What? Hello, I need my OBS. There we go. Game capture. Oh, I didn't finish dispatch. There we go. I need to find... No, I'm sure I can play with the keyboard. It's fine. I've lost my chats, though. Where's... Chat. I'm going to move over here. Not used to this shifting like functions of what I'm doing mid-stream. Okay. What do you mean it was easy to get started on Twitch? That's not easy now. Okay, we can go back to Deltarune computer. Thank you. Why two different texts at the same time? Three heroes appear after the Earth takes its last breath? Oh, okay, yeah. So whose prophecy is this? This isn't the Deltarune prophecy. This is just a story, and who's telling it? I just try to turn my mind off of the more distasteful parts of The internet. People just making themselves a commodity, and like I don't even like the idea of forming your content around things that you think your audience wants. That doesn't make any sense to me. Well, what are you doing with your life? Nope. I want it. Oh, I see what happened. Okay. Well. Okay, great. Love that. Why do I not? Oh, there's Steam. Okay. I'm a little confused. Okay, I selected that after the whole intro. Deltarune. Okay, let me just get rid of this. G-Sticks, are you the only one in chat now? The only person we got still sticking around? You want to choose these options for me? So I think this is a player talking to another player. Single thing of your game? What do you like? You've never watched Deltarune? You don't know Deltarune? Alright, what head are we picking, OMG Sticks? Oh, I'm starting fresh. This is a brand new file. We need a hairstyle. Want to be bald? Is it only American internet that's obsessed with Deltarune? Fourth one. Okay, this one? Okay. Torso. Okay. The differences are so small. So this is shorter sleeves. What is the difference between this and this? What is the difference? Oh, the arms are wider. Oh, wider arms. Okay. These two? The sleeves go even lower. This one has a zipper. This one has buttons. Okay. You want the rounded arms, or are you saying that was the difference? Rounded arms, longer sleeves, or rounded arms, long sleeves? Third from the end. Okay. Alright, which leg do we want to be bigger? The difference between these is... What even? They are super important. I mean, I don't actually know how important, but... What the hell? What even is the difference between some of these? I guess just picking up... Alright, third leg it is. This is your body. Do you accept it? Alright, what's its favorite food? it eventually makes you go back around to accepting it. It'll force it on you. Do we like pain? You should know, like, my Deltarune file is forever going to have your decisions made. Like, these are your decisions that are affecting my Deltarune file forever. Savory's pain, right? Umami is definitely the best. If it tastes like eel, it's good. If it tastes like mushrooms or eel, it's good. Is it pain because we don't have umami? Soft. Soft food. Oh, remember to pick ambition? Oh. Hey, Hisiju. We got a YouTube chatter for the first time all night. What's up? Hisiju, if you pick my favorite food before OMG sticks in the Twitch chat, then it's all yours. Whoops. Or I guess on the in 5 seconds I'm gonna pick pain. Okay, pain for sure. All right. Hello. There we go. Favorite blood type. Sorry, OMG sticks. YouTube chat got to it before you. Yeah, you guys gotta have it. Okay, yeah. I agree. D blood type is the best. What color does it like the most? Very interestingly limited options. We're almost through this. I guess you'll find out. Green. Please give it a gift. Alright, YouTube chat wanted ambition for this one. How do you feel about your creation? You tell me, OMG. What do you think about this thing that you made? That you and YouTube chat made? We give it love? Now that I think about it, there is a very important piece of dialogue in the game that has to do with love, and I wonder if what you choose here will impact that by the end of the game somehow. Name your vessel. OMG. OMG do. Nope, that's a V. Lufkin. Alright, it's fine. Lufkin. We called it Lufkin. And what about the creator? That's me. Excellent. Truly excellent. Know nothing. Thank you for your time, your answers, your wonderful creation will now be discarded. No one can choose who they are in this world. Your name is Chris. Chris, if you do not wake up, we will be late for school. The thing to know, OMG Sticks, is that knowing the creator of this game, what the choices we made will eventually matter, probably, in one way or another. I will wait outside for you, alright? Oh gosh. I have to use the arrow keys? The drawer is mostly empty except for a school cross-country shirt with a tear in it. What's this? Red stain? It's stained. The thrash machine was proof that it will matter? I don't remember how that comes into it. Oh, you mean that the choices you made for the thrash machine end up coming back? Yeah. A cactus. There's not much to say about it. Can y'all hear the game all right? Chris, there you are. We might still be able to make it. Chris, it is a beautiful day today, is it not? I hope it stays this way when Asriel visits next week. But I wonder, after the excitement of university, will he still enjoy coming home to this little town? He's not in university, he's in the bunker, and he's in the dark world. That's my theory, OMG, that's not spoilers. Alright, don't embarrass me at school, Mom. I don't need to hold your hand into school. So does everyone have a... Oh, Chris, we thought you weren't coming today. We're doing group projects this month. So walk around and find a partner, okay? Timmy, be my partner. Crisp, our very stars. Tim already have partner. Oh, egg? It's a black and white hard-boiled egg. Sadly, seems like it already has a partner. Yo, Chris, show up earlier next time. I ended up having to partner with Snowy, haha. Now he keeps turning to me and saying, howdy, partner, like a cowboy. Partner? I hardly know her. Ha ha ha. What do you think of that one? Funny, right? No? Well, I got news for you, pal. I already got a partner. Scram! Hello, important character. Hey, Chris, what's up? Did you lose your pencil again? Here, you want the candy cane one or the one with lights on it? I'm in school. I'm trying to find a partner for my class project. You want to be partners? Sorry, Birdley already asked me, but I could ask Miss Alphys if we could make a group of 3. I'll ask if you're sure. Yes, ask. Okay, I'll ask. Miss Alphys, is it okay if we have a group of 3? Hey, what? No, I do not approve of this. Abort. What? But Chris doesn't have a... Noelle, what were you saying? She was just saying we're fine being alone. Actually, I just wanted to know if... Noelle, can you please speak up? Hi, Susie. Am I late? Oh, no, you're fine. We were just, choosing partners for the next group project, and, Susie, you're with Chris. Great. And this is a world of monsters, OMG Sticks. We're a human in a world of monsters. And now that everyone's here, I'll write the assignment. Has anyone seen the chalk? This is the third time it's gone missing, and you all know I can't start class without some. How about this? If no one speaks up, everyone gets in trouble. Anyone? Please? Hey, there might be a box in the supply closet. Miss Alphys, why don't Susie and I... Good idea, Noelle. Susie, since you came in last, why don't you go get it for me? Notice Noelle said Susie and I. Whatever. And Chris, can you go with her and make sure she, actually gets it and, stays out of trouble? Thanks, Chris. See you later. Oh, Susie, no. Susie, no. Eating the chalk. Chris, didn't see you there. Hey, you didn't see anything just now, did you? You can't even say? Chris. Hey. Let me tell you a secret. Quiet people piss me off. You think just because you don't say anything, I can't tell exactly what you're thinking? It's over. I caught Susie eating all the chalk. This was her last chance. Now she'll finally be expelled. Come on, Chris, don't act shocked. You know it's true. Everyone's waiting for it. Everyone wants it. So congrats, Chris. You got me. I'm done for. Just let me say one little thing. Seems like a waste to get expelled just for having a snack. So Chris, if I know you're gonna pull the trigger, why don't I just get expelled for some real carnage? Chris, how do you feel about losing your face? Nah. Chris, you've got a good mother. It'd be a shame to make her bury her child. All right, let's get this over with. We'll get more chalk, mosey back to class, and then, Chris, you'll do our project. How's that sound? Don't bother answering. Didn't get to answer. If you haven't gotten it by now, this is why Toriel's not in on the scheme. Because she knows Susie, and she would not be cool with sacrificing Susie to save Des. Okay. Your choices don't matter. Let's go, freak. God, can you walk any slower or what? Nah, I get it. Not used to walking around with someone without someone holding your hand. Come on, freak. Well, here's the closet. Too bad. We were just starting to have fun. Hey, Chris, is it me or is it really dark in there? What's the holdup, Chris? Are you gonna go in or what? Fine, if you're gonna be a wimp, then we'll both go in at the same time. See? Why are you so scared? There's nothing in here but old papers. Let's try to find a light switch. That's weird. I can't find a switch. Guess it's further in. Kinda big for a closet, huh? You'd think we'd have reached the end by now. Hey, Chris. I think this closet's, broken. There aren't any walls. Well, we've worked hard enough. If Alphys wants chalk so bad, she can get it herself. Let's split. What the? Hey, this isn't funny. Let us out. Okay, so who did that? Could have been Azrael. Could have been Azrael. Could have been. Hey, this isn't funny. Let us out. Let us. The floor, it's. Monster go down the hole. At times you see it flickering, the light only you can see. There it's talking about the player. The light only you can see. By second nature, you reach out and... I guess I'll save. So we're walking on a dead titan? Is that what's happening here? It's like evidence that this has been done before. This is the thing that came out of the dark fountain. Yeah. Bathed your body in the light. Power shines within you, breaking through the darkness. Any pain you may have had melted away. In this land, only eyes blinded by darkness can see the way. Oh, see ya. Thanks for being here. Hey, back off. Come any closer and I'll... Chris. Whew. Hey, don't scare me like that, dumbass. Unless you want to get clocked in the face. Anyway, enough screwing around. We gotta find a way out of here. Where is here, anyway? Here we go. Oh, no, wait. One tick there. There we go. There we go. Happy with that. It doesn't matter. You got us into this mess. You get us out. Lead the way, Chris. What, you want to make it a race? What? Rude. So this is a destroyed world? Hey, Chris, there's someone up there waving at us. Any idea what they want? Run, Chris! Chris, down here. Try to make it easy on me. Oh, you're not dead. Sweet. Got any idea what the heck this place is? Me neither. Wonder if there's anyone in that building up there. Okay. It looks like a shop, but the door is locked and no one's inside. It's locked. It's locked. It's locked. When do we meet Sham? In front of you, a castle looms beneath the empty town. A black geyser emerges from it, piercing endlessly into the sky. The power of this place shines within you. A castle? Why the hell is there a castle inside a supply closet? Welcome, heroes. Who's there? Do not be alarmed. I am not your enemy. Please, come forward, both of you. This fucking guy. Welcome. I am the prince of this kingdom, the kingdom of darkness. Chris, Susie, there is a legend in this land. A legend that one day 2 heroes of light will arrive and fulfill the ancient prophecy foretold by time and space. Please, heroes, listen to my tale. Very well then. The 2 heroes were Azrael and Des. Once upon a time, a legend was whispered among shadows. It was a legend of light, hope. It was a legend of dreams. It was a legend of light. It was a legend of dark. This is the legend of Deltarune. For millennia, light and dark have lived in balance, bringing peace to the world. But if this harmony were to shatter, a terrible calamity would occur. The sky will run black with terror, and the land will crack with fear. Then, her heart pounding, the earth will draw her final breath. Only then, shining with hope, 3 heroes appear at World's Edge. A human, a monster, and a prince from the dark. Only they can seal the fountains and banish the angels' heaven. Only then will balance be restored and the world saved from destruction. Today, the Fountain of Darkness, the geyser that gives this land form, stands tall at the center of the kingdom. But recently, another fountain has appeared on the horizon. And with it, the balance of light and dark begins to shift. Chris, Susie, thank you for listening to my long tale. I deeply believe you two are the heroes of the legend, liar. That despite whatever enemies you may face, you two have the courage to save the world. Delta Warriors, please, won't you accept your destiny? Nah. What? Me? Some kind of hero or something? You've got the wrong person. Literally. But Susie, without you, the world will. So what? If the world gets destroyed, it's none of my damn business. Might even be kind of fun, honestly. Actually getting to Azrael there. Anyway, Chris, if you want to play pretend with this weirdo, stick around. I'm going to find a way out of here. Susie, wait. The heroes are already running away. And they didn't even know I was here. My dad's gonna make me son of the month. Who the hell are you? I'm the bad guy. You clowns want to seal our dark fountain, huh? And still picturing you guys as clowns. Save the world from eternal darkness, huh? Don't try to deny it. We both know you'll go east. It's your only way home. But I, Lancer, won't let you go there. And I've got a flawless two-step plan to ensure it. Step 1, I thrash you. Step 2, you lose. Nice plan, kid. Really? Yeah, actually. Mind if we use it on you instead? Chris spared Lancer, but its name wasn't yellow. No. Susie, no. Halt, clowns. This bike is fueled by victory. You tell Lancer you can't tell the difference between his clothes and his body. He seems flattered. His attack power went down. Oh, you make my feelings do wheelies. Sweet styles. Oh. Lancer's thinking about chips. You try to compliment Lancer again, but he sees it as insincere. His attack power goes back up. Did you not realize I can make my self-esteem levels? Wait, what? What did he say? Lancer's writing it out. You compliment Lancer. He gets confused as to your sincerity. Instead of going up or down, his attack power goes sideways? Stop, my personality is getting too deep. Ooh. Wait a second. My bike's running out of fuel. Alright, you punkaroos. You had the luck of the draw this time, but next time the losers will be you. I gotta go get home before dinner. You won! Are you two okay? Allow me to introduce myself more properly. I am... Jeez, can you take off that hood? I can barely hear you under there. Alright. Hello, everyone. I'm Ralsei. Chris, Susie, it's ever so wonderful to meet you. I'm certain we're going to become great friends and... Best way to leave is east, right? Yes, that's where we'll... Got it. See you at school, Chris. I suppose it's just the two of us then. Chris, I'm a prince, but I, currently don't have any subjects. I've been waiting alone here, my whole life for you two to arrive. So, I'm really happy to meet you. I hope we can be good friends, Chris. Why is my head itching so much? Let's try to find Susie. She must be to the southeast. You can lead the way, Chris. Ralsei, the Lonely Prince, is now your ally. The power of fluffy boys shines within you. I can't go in any of these still, right? Oh, Chris, it's the training dummy I made. Now seems like a great chance to prepare for the enemy. Would you like me to teach you how to fight? Alright, you already fought Lancer, didn't you? Oh, right, you already fought Lancer, didn't you? I was so excited to teach you, I absolutely blanked. But I'm... Just in case you forgot or anything, here, I made a manual for you and Susie. Press C to open the menu and use it in your items. You got the manual. Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. That control scheme is much easier. Oh my, the great door is opened? No wonder Lancer was able to come through. Chris, once we pass through this door, a journey foretold exactly by the prophecy. Oh, I skipped a line, I guess. But Chris, I believe your choices are important too. This world is full of all kinds of people, Chris. In the end, how we treat them makes all the difference. So let's try our best to get by without fighting. If we can manage to do that, I believe this tale may have a happy ending. Otherwise, I fear that you may not find the result favorable. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that too much to ask? Chris, I knew you were a hero the moment I saw you. Let's try our best, alright? Don't block my vision, Azrael. With the door closed behind you, your adventure will truly begin. The power of adventure shines within you. Rudin is glimmering plainly. Chris spared Rudin. Dum, dum, dum. If you're reading this, I guess you're dead. Signed, Lancer. If it isn't my two favorite people. Psych, you guys aren't even in my top 5. Lancer, where's Susie? You mean the purple girl? You fools, you're too late to stop me. What did you do? It was so simple. She beat me up, so I ran away. That's a bit anticlimactic. Hey, don't read this sign. It's a work in progress. Signed, Lancer. Hey, if you head that way, my troops will thrash you. Is that a threat? I prefer to think of it as an invitation. These types of trees don't contain an item that... these types of trees don't contain an item that can heal you. Whatever you do, don't check the tree and use C to open your menu. You got it? Signed, Lancer. There are 2 objects hanging from the tree. Take one. Got the dark candy. commands the party with various acts. Lonely prince, dark world being, has no subjects. Fluffiness, guts, kindness 100. What does that mean? Guts. Ow. Shine, shine. Rudin dislikes its boss, but doesn't care enough to quit. He lectured the enemies on the importance of kindness. The enemies became tired. Oh, what? Okay. Mom Amoeba, I'm top chef. My latest cake worked me to exhaustion, so I took a little nap. But Mom Amoeba, a scary noise woke me up. A beast was hunched on the table eating the cake like an animal. I spritzed it with water and it hissed and ran off. But my wonderful cake is... Aw, Chris, that sounds like Susie. We must be going the right way. Let's try to keep her out of any more trouble. Broken cake. Out of anyone, I'm glad we randomly encountered all of you. What? Oh. Behold, the maze of death. To get lost, clowns. Oh, prepare to get lost, clowns. Signed, Lancer. Feeling lost yet? You must be utterly helpless among these twists and turns. Your sense of direction won't save you now, signed Lancer. Some sort of enemy. Looks like they got clobbered. Hey, wait, where am I? Help! Somebody help, I'm lost, signed Lancer. White ribbon. That ribbon is armor, Chris. It increases defense. Why don't you try wearing it in the equipment menu? I think it'd look great on you. I don't want to listen to you. Whoa, wait a minute. Even if you're my enemy, I've got to warn you. A purple beast is roaming, clobbering anyone who dares block your way. We don't even like fighting. The king left us no choice. Oh, Chris, we need to stop Susie quick. Hey, don't look. This sign's private, signed Lancer. Oh, it's just this way, signed Lancer. Somehow you survived the maze, but don't count your blessings before they hatch. Let's see how you fare against this team. You told Hathy it has cool tentacles. It began to think about this. Hey, why aren't you guys thrashed? You're totally outnumbered. You made a team purely out of support enemies. Their bullet patterns aren't balanced at all. It's like a dinner made out of 3 glasses of milk. And that's, unusual somehow? Why don't we talk about this after the battle? You told Hathy its teeth look like knives. It began to think about this. Hathy has a little secret. Blah, blah, blah. Great job, Chris. Sweet, how much do I get? You lost, Lancer. You don't get any. Oh. Can I have some of yours? No. Fine. Later, losers. Sup? I thought you were running away. Yeah, I finished. Oh no, I don't have a third person. Ugh. Open up, you stupid door. Oh great, it's you guys. Susie, we were ever so worried about you. How'd you get past those spikes before? Walked through them. This door sucks. Aw, don't worry, Susie. It'll open after we solve the puzzle over there. Nice. Tell me when you finish it. Susie, we need you to finish it. Sometimes proceeding will take all 3 of us. Furthermore, only Chris can seal the dark fountain. So if you don't accompany us, you won't make it home. So you're saying I have to stick with you guys? Yep. Only Chris can seal the dark fountain. Let's just get this over with. Yahoo! Susie's back on the team. Cue the fanfare. Susie joined the party. Susie follows at a distance, such that no one Can tell she's associated. Oh, Chris, Susie never got a tutorial either. Next battle, we should show her how to act. I think she might really enjoy that. C-Round attacked violently. You recall Ralsei's advice to include Susie in an act. You ordered Susie to flatter the enemy. What? Why the hell would I do that? It attacked us. Let's smash it before it moves. Aw, look, Susie, it seems harmless. If you act nice, we might win without hurting it. Okay, okay. Hey, little guy. I really like the axe in your face. Where'd you get it? Chris, maybe I should talk to her. I sneaked by and made a sign, signed Lancer. Susie, I suppose you missed what I said earlier. As heroes, we have the power to make a peaceful future. So from now on, let's try to avoid fighting, okay? What if you just took it easy on them? If you weaken an enemy, I can use my pacify spell, which can put exhausted people to sleep. Yawn. Yeah, talking is already doing that. Well, just think about it. Maybe we might have to warn enemies about her, Chris. Hey kid, you want to buy a tutorial? It's only $50 dark dollars. Did I say 50? Well, we just went on sale. 20 dark dollars. Only one dark dollar, please, I need this right now. Really? You changed your mind? Right this way, gentle nurse. We're sorry, we're normally puzzle guys, but we've been forced to do tutorials just to make ends meet. When the king got power, he fired everyone and replaced all puzzle makers with him. Rules card, Lord of the Puzzles, be careful. I'm TP Master, ask me about TPs. No thanks. Later, kid. Donation hole. If you like our tutorials, please throw your money into a hole. Put $1 in the hole. The hole became full. The hole is filled to the brim with cash. Hi, Sham. Hee hee. Welcome, travelers. What's your deal, Sham? What's your deal? The name's Sham, pronounced Sham. And this is my little shop. Over the years, I've collected odds and ends. Of course, I've no attachment to any of it. It's just a hobby of mine. Around here, you learn to find ways to pass the time, or go mad like everyone else. Interesting. What is he talking about? Long ago, the darkness lived in harmony with the lightness. Ugh. They were like gods to us, our protectors, our creators, those who gave us purpose. Then one day we were all locked away in this prison, and the Lightners never returned. Embittered, the king took up arms and aims to take revenge upon the Lightners that left us behind. Of course, even among his troops, some still distantly hope the Lightners will return. Historically, this land was ruled by the 4 kings, from Card Castle to the east. But recently a strange knight appeared, and 3 of the kings were locked away. The remaining king put him and his strange son into power. This land hasn't seen this much chaos since. Well, you don't need to know about that. So you're the heroes who are going to seal our fountain? Good luck, it makes no difference to me. Neither light nor dark hold a future for a darkener in my condition. What does that mean? Darkener in my condition. Wait. Dark Burger. Did I just see who I thought I saw? Susie, the violent tormentor, is now your ally. The power of Mean Girls shines within you. It's a lone door frame, but for some reason you can't see through it. Wait, can... What? Why is this visible in OBS? It's been here the whole time. That's really frustrating. What the hell? Oh my god. Oh my god. That sucks. The clowns are back in town. Well, bad news. Since you last saw me several minutes ago, I've created a brand new fighting team ready to stop you. Not even the purple girl can stop me now. Are you ready to be... Stop talking. Ho ho ho. What is that? Why are you... you know what? I think I just saved. I think I'm gonna call it. Oh. Okay. Let's close that. Bring OBS back up. All right. Okay. I'm Know Nothing attorney. I know nothing, so you can too. Because it's only in embracing that we know nothing that we can actually learn anything. And that's what we're here to do. And as always, I'm proud of you. I don't need to know you for that to be real. You deserve to hear it. Because life is hard. It's always been hard, and it always will be hard. But the way you face every single day, the way you do, is remarkable. So stay remarkable, and I'll see you next time. See you tomorrow night.